trust. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The event is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The event will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of state and government, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is with great honor that we welcome you to the OneWaterSummit here in Riyadh. This momentous summit is organized by the French Republic, the Republic of Kazakhstan, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the World Bank Group, bringing together leaders and decision makers in the pursuit of the transformation of water planning and management. Thank you all for being here and for your consideration of this crucial cause.
For us humans, fresh water is simply there. But freshwater use has been identified as one of the planet's vital limits, one already exceeded. 70% of drinkable water is found in glaciers, half of which will disappear over the course of the century. Yet, water is needed by everyone and for everything. Today, 1 out of 4 persons does not have access to drinking water, but demand for water is expected to increase by 50% by 2030. The global water crisis also threatens all vital sectors, such as agriculture, health, energy, and industry. And it's linked to all aspects of the current environmental crisis, from climate adaptation and mitigation to policies for biodiversity and the fight against pollution. Water is key. 9 out of 10 natural crises have to do with water, from droughts to floods. Water policy can no longer be left on the sideline. The current United Nations process is clear and ambitious. Through concrete and effective solutions, it is possible to positively change our approach to water management with tangible and immediate results. The OneWaterSummit on the fringes of COP16 on desertification aims to integrate water into all policies as a crucial driver of economic and human development. We need to step up reviewing the financing for water and sanitation, international cooperation and multilateral governance of water. For the OneWaterSummit, one ambition: to be an incubator of solutions, a platform for dialogue and commitment, so that at last, the issue of water is raised to the highest political level. Welcome to the OneWaterSummit.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of states and government, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. To start off today's summit, it is my honor to invite our co-chairs to share their opening remarks. First off, I kindly invite to the stage His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for his opening remarks.
His Highnesses, esteemed audience, peace be unto you. It is our pleasure to welcome you in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and would like to convey the regards of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, with his best wishes for the success of the OneWaterSummit, which reflects our determination to continue the joint work to confront environmental challenges related to water scarcity and drought. Excellency, Highnesses, this summit commences simultaneously with the Kingdom's hosting of the COP16 to combat desertification, which aims to curb land degradation and drought, as land the main source of fresh water. The world today faces increasing challenges in the water sector, and this includes increase in drought rates, which causes numerous crises presented in shortage of usable water, worsening desertification problems and consequently threatening human lives and societies. This requires joint work to lay out plans to ensure the sustainability and management of water resources. This context, the Kingdom worked to include water issues for the first time in the work plan of the G20 during the Kingdom's presidency in 2020. The Kingdom also provided funds that exceeded $6 billion to support more than 200 development projects in water sectors in more than 60 developing countries. The Kingdom is preparing to host the Global Water Forum in its 11th session in 2027 in cooperation with the Global Water Council. The Kingdom also announced the establishment of an international water organization based in Riyadh, and it aims to develop and integrate the efforts of the country's organizations to comprehensively address the water challenges. The organization will work on tackling issues related to water on the international level, unifying efforts, finding inclusive solutions to water challenges, including exchange of expertise and innovative technologies, and enhancing research and development. In this regard, the Kingdom urges the UN member states, the international organizations, and the private sector to join this organization. In conclusion, we hope that the efforts of the international community to contribute to water challenges to achieve our desired goals in this field. Peace be with you.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for your profound insights. I now invite to the stage the President of the French Republic, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron.
Monsieur le Prince héritier d'Arabie Saoudite,
Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, thank you very much. Thank you for receiving us and your hospitality here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. President Tokayev, dear presidents and heads of governments, Your Excellency, President of the World Bank Group, Your Excellencies, ministers and special convoys and the ambassadors, Your Excellencies, representatives of the international organizations from the world of science, companies, businesses, and civil society, thank you for being here with us today in this summit in Riyadh at the same time where the COP desertification summit started. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. I'd like to thank His Majesty, the Custodian of the two holy mosques, for hosting us here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Water so far has always been a secondary challenge in the issue of combating change in climate, but we shouldn't forget numbers and facts. And I'd like to remind you that 9 out of 10 cases, the challenge of adaptation relies on water, scarcity of water, availability of water, the changes in the courses of water, which makes it difficult to anticipate the availability of water. Water is basic and fundamental in all adaptation efforts. Year after year, 12 million hectares of lands are lost every year, which makes us lose our ability to find food and our ability to change deserts into agricultural lands, which exacerbates the problem of climate and the problem of biodiversity. So water is connected to and internally related to desertification combating. 60% of water is transborders, so we cannot solve this problem on a national level. The borders do not work well with the water basins, so water needs to be considered a common or a joint ownership or property. We find that a lot of conflicts are based on water. Now, 1 person out of 4 cannot find good fresh water. 1 person out of 2 in the world faces shortage of water every year, while water is a fundamental right of all humans. And the most vulnerable sectors are the most damaged ones. Every year, women and girls spend 200 million hours searching for water all over the world. In all of the regions where water is scarce, there is more injustice against women and girls. So this summit, this conference about water, sounds very logical for all of us and logical. So we need to work on the investment in water. $1 invested in the ability of water to confront the negative conditions means that we will be able to save $4 of health costs and healthcare expenditure because of the productivity increase that we'll be able to achieve. That's why France started to work on this path, and we adopted a national plan to reduce consumption by 10% by the year 2030, and we relied on science and on climate conditions in order to anticipate all possible scenarios, even if the world temperature goes up by 4 degrees. And we want to work on all levels: innovation, technology, creativity. And France so far has dedicated more than $10 million in the French Agency for Development, and we spent 2 million of them in 2023. On the international level, in order to achieve the SDGs goals, we need to achieve 5 basic things. First, knowledge and science. The climatic change changed the course of water, so we need to have more right and correct data and good models to take the right decisions. And I'm very happy, and like also from my heart to thank all convoys who worked and envoys who worked very well. And I'm happy to start today the One Vision Alliance from the scientific institutions and the international organizations in order to work together to share information and data from the satellites and all the data that are needed. Another thing that we need to do is to work on the development of technology and to disseminate technology and spread it, especially in the field of water desalination and the reuse of water in order to avoid excessive use of fresh water and to have the ability to create in these 2 fields and to be able to disseminate and spread these technologies. This is a basic challenge, and this is in the heart of our national conveyor project that is developed by Jordan and supported by France along with other partners. Access to water is important and basic for agriculture and food security and for the World Food Program, and that the WFP knows that. And this is also in the heart of the INGA project that is implemented by DRC. So the second point is technologies that we should distribute. The third point is related to the use of a more responsible use of water from all parties, including the private sector. I'd like to thank the businesses that worked with us in this summit. We need to consume less water and in a better manner in order to confront the excessive use of water and the waste of water. We need to rationalize and use better water resources in rural areas, in all areas. And we need to do all what needs to be done in order to avoid the pollution of water. We have participated with the negotiations. In the negotiations of the plastic agreement, the 5th round was concluded in Busan, and processing plastic is important if we want to preserve water. The 4th point is to take in consideration the most vulnerable populations. France committed to this topic in 2023. We signed our call for the WASH road map in order to work on the improving of access to water, to sanitary, to healthcare in the vulnerable areas and areas of conflict. One of the main goals was to assign a special envoy for water for the United Nations. Ms. Marsoudi was appointed to that. In conclusion, Your Royal Highness, the point of the wise rationalization of use of water on all of the aspects, all governments of the world and governmental entities and organizations in the world and the private sector need to participate in that. And I want to welcome and congratulate the Water Finance Coalition that gathers more than 60 banks, 60 development banks, and the members of that network committed to dedicating more than $50 billion for these water issues. We want to launch a new coalition that gathers on the same table countries, local authorities, big companies of technology, and financiers and funders who provided these amounts of money so far in order to find solutions based on the needs, especially water desalination, and also to provide the technology needed for all those who need them, and also to provide financing for people or for those who need. This is what happened, what Morocco did in the water project there, and Morocco could mobilize all the technologies needed to confront the challenges in the rural areas and cities there. We need this kind of coalition, the water coalition. We, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, France, Kazakhstan, the World Bank, and all those here, immediately after this summit, we need to start building the new water coalition, and all people who are interested can participate. It's open for all. So we direct our call for people who have the goodwill all over the world to come with us in 2025, where we will celebrate the Paris Agreement in its 10th anniversary, and to participate with us with the United Nations Water Conference. We want it to be a success. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for this receiving.
Mr. President, thank you for your valuable insights. Honored guests, I now welcome the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, His Excellency Kassym-Jomart Tokayev.
Your Excellencies, at the outset, I extend my gratitude to our partners, France, Saudi Arabia, and the World Bank Group for their leadership and vision in convening this pivotal gathering. I also wish to thank the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Prime Minister Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, for hosting this extremely important event. Water security is a cornerstone of sustainable development. It underpins every aspect of human well-being, economic progress, and environmental preservation. However, over 2 billion people worldwide still lack access to safe drinking water. More than 4 billion people experience severe water scarcity. These stark realities call for a unified global response to ensure a sustainable future for all. And taking this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to His Royal Highness for the plan he has just announced to help all those regions and countries that face the problems I have mentioned right now. Kazakhstan is a large landlocked country, understands the true value of water. We have learned the hard way that is not an infinite resource. Hence, to achieve lasting progress, we must treat water as a precious and vital resource. We must focus our policies across key components of water security, which include universal access, resource protection, disaster resilience, and international cooperation. Ensuring universal access to safe drinking water and adequate sanitation are fundamental human rights. Everyone, especially vulnerable and remote communities, must have access to safe water services. Targeted investments on climate-resilient water infrastructure can transform entire regions by ensuring reliable access to clean water and fostering sustainable growth. Kazakhstan's commitment to this goal is further demonstrated by our joining the Freshwater Challenge, a global initiative focused on universal access to clean water for all. Protecting water sources from industrial, chemical, agricultural, and domestic pollution requires technological innovation and regulation. Strengthening water storage capacity, enhancing glacier preservation, and adopting innovative irrigation systems are all critical to stabilizing water availability. To advance these efforts, I am pleased to announce today our proposal for establishing a partnership that will unite global research centers to study and protect glaciers, our planet's natural water resources. Glaciers play a vital role in the global water cycle, feeding rivers and lakes that sustain nearly 2 billion people worldwide. We need to ensure collaborative research and policy development to confront glacier loss and support water management strategies for the regions that depend on these vital resources. Building resilience to water-related disasters is another component of water security. Floods and droughts affect over 1.5 billion people around the world annually, impacting vulnerable populations, especially on small islands and coastal areas. Therefore, strengthening early warning systems is essential to mitigating risks and safeguard communities. Furthermore, water scarcity threatens food production, energy security, and industrial growth. Hence, strategic investments in water-efficient agriculture and renewable energy can bolster economic resilience while reducing environmental strain. Water also transcends borders, linking communities and ecosystems. As chair of the International Fund for Saving the RLC, Kazakhstan is committed to advancing regional cooperation in collaborating frameworks. From our perspective, it is critical to foster dialogue, advance international partnerships, and pool resources to implement water-related projects for those who are on the front lines of climate change. For exactly this purpose, Kazakhstan is proud to join today the One Water Vision Coalition, which aims to bring together diverse stakeholders to address the global water crisis and promote integrated water resource management. In line with these efforts, Kazakhstan will host a regional climate conference in 2026 in partnership with the United Nations. We encourage all nations to support and contribute to this important initiative. And finally, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development places water at the heart of global priorities. Water security is not just a technical or environmental issue. It is a moral imperative. Therefore, addressing water security requires fostering multilateral dialogue based on the One Water principle. Kazakhstan stands ready to contribute to this collective effort to strengthen global water governance. And I believe that our discussions today can and will inspire meaningful action. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insightful words. And now I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group.
Thank you very much. And I want to start by thanking Saudi Arabia, France, and Kazakhstan for their leadership and partnership, but all of you who are present here today. On a personal note, as I said to His Royal Highness a little while ago, I've been coming to Saudi Arabia since 1986. I have had the privilege of seeing the change and transformation in the way the country is looking after its people and contributing to society. I am convinced they will do the same with water. They will do the same with water. What you are doing on desalination, what you are doing on the transportation of water, your efforts to reduce the cost, your efforts to reduce the energy consumption, this is the knowledge example that we're going to need for the other countries. So thank you for doing that. Water is life. It sustains everything. People, food, economies, ecosystems. But today, this vital resource is under greater pressure than ever before. And you know the reasons why, right? It's communities around the world grappling with water challenges, urbanization, climate change, the rest of it. The result of all this is a very complex, interconnected crisis that I believe threatens human well-being, threatens food security, threatens the environment. As the President of France spoke about, it threatens the existence and the discrimination that women and young children face as well. So it is a multifaceted topic. I think we have to do something about it in a way that is comprehensive. So we're talking about addressing this in three ways. The first is the water for people. Access to clean water and sanitation is fundamental. Yet over 2 billion people lack safe drinking water. More than 3.5 billion, as the President of Kazakhstan just said, live without adequate sanitation. Waterborne diseases take a huge toll, again, on children and vulnerable populations. The second aspect of water is water for food. Agriculture accounts for 70% of global freshwater use. And as the population grows, the demand for food and water will increase. But there are inefficient irrigation practices and water scarcity threaten global food security. And of course, not to speak of the wastage in the food chain. So if you think about a 30% waste in the food chain and the amount of water consumed to generate that food that goes waste, this is all the kinds of issues we need to tackle. And then the water for planet. Climate change exacerbates all these challenges, from rising temperatures, changing precipitation patterns, and extreme weather events, drying rivers, reducing biodiversity, threatening ecosystems. The problem is, despite the scale and urgency, most responses in the past have been fragmented. They are siloed by sector, they are siloed by geography, they are siloed by institution. Water governance is very frequently divided among multiple ministries, multiple agencies. That leads to inefficiencies and obviously causes trouble in the execution of strategic plans. Municipal, river basin, and national policies are misaligned. And then, of course, there is the whole transboundary water issue, which is very often marked by political tension and competition rather than cooperation. What we're trying to do at the World Bank Group with our recently announced global water strategy is to break these silos and try and address things holistically. So we're trying to approach this in a way that brings together water for people, water for food, and water for planet in a systemic approach. It is this that unites the 400 technical experts and the $30 billion water portfolio that we have today. And there's many statistics that I've got helpfully written on a sheet of paper about the work we've done, but that's not important. The important issue is what we want to do going forward. And let me again break that into people, food, and planet. So for people, what we are trying to do is to expand access to clean water and sanitation while building resilient water systems that can withstand the impact of climate change. So let me give you a few examples. Pricing reform to reflect water's true value. So you incentivize the efficient use while you make utilities sustainable. A second example, strengthening governance and financial health of utilities with responsible tariffs and transparent regulation. And a third example, empower local governments to improve services through decentralization and access to commercial finance. Most importantly, leverage the private sector participation to enhance effectiveness and efficiency in innovation, something I was discussing with the Water and Agriculture Minister of Saudi just before this meeting. Water for food. Feed a growing population, we have to optimize water use in agriculture and reduce waste. Again, some concrete ideas. Promote efficient agricultural practices that reduce water use while you maintain productivity. Rehabilitate and modernize irrigation systems and support public-private partnerships to enhance agriculture water use. Water for the planet. Build climate-resilient water systems that protect communities from floods and droughts. Restore ecosystems such as wetlands and watersheds to maintain water quality, and integrate water management with broader climate and environmental policies. Now, the idea here is not all of these will work in every country, but the purpose is to create the basket that works for each country, customized for its requirement, customized for its needs, and we plan to work with governments and other MDBs. The reality is water is not just a development issue. It is a human issue, economic issue, environmental issue. It touches every part of our lives. It will define our future. But forecasts of severe water challenges to come are not destiny. We can change it. With integrated strategies and strong partnerships, we can turn the tide. And that's what we are committed to doing. It's not just an investment in water. It is an investment in our collective futures. You should count on us. And once again, thank you for having us as a part of this partnership. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Banga, and to all our distinguished speakers. We are truly grateful for your insights today. Honored guests, as Mr. Banga stated, water is life. And with that, let's transition into our first keynote of the day, where we'll explore together the crucial relationship between green water and blue water, and demonstrate how water management in one region can impact rainfall patterns across oceans, making water not just a local issue, but truly a global concern. And to frame our discussion today, I welcome Mr. Johan Rockström, co-chair of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, to the stage for his keynote address.
Your Excellencies, Heads of State, colleagues, we have today scientific evidence that shows clearly, that we are now posing so much pressure on the planet that we're pushing the entire hydrological cycle out of balance. We have today a situation where we, for the first time, draw the conclusion that since we left the last ice age, it has never happened before, but now we are actually changing the very source of fresh water, precipitation. We have right behind you here the atmospheric rivers, first time mapped through satellite data and hydrological modeling, showing how we are all interconnected. All nations in the world have vapor flows in atmospheric rivers where 50% of the rainfall falling on land comes from upwind neighbors through their management of forest and ecosystems. We're all interconnected to the point where the Global Commission on Economics of Water concludes that fresh water is not only under pressure and a one planet context, but it's also a global common good. As was pointed out by the President of Kazakhstan, half of the world's population face severe water scarcity already today. Our modeling shows that another 3 billion people will be added if we reach 2 degrees Celsius of warming and continued land system change. We are truly at a point and a juncture where we need to take a new take on the economics of water. And that is where the global hydrological cycle comes in. Looking back 50 years, our focus on policy, on economics, on all forms of development has been on the blue branch of the global hydrological cycle. This is important, undoubtedly. This is the runoff, the groundwater, the lakes, the liquid water we use for irrigation, for domestic use, and in industry. This is mismanagement which is largely causing the challenges of severe faced wash challenges of the SDG 6 in the United Nations context. But the big fluxes of stability on the planet is in the green branch. That is 2/3 of the global hydrological cycle. That's the soil moisture in the soil, which drives photosynthesis, all biodiversity, all rain-fed food production. 80% of land in the world is cultivated through green water, not using blue water for irrigation. It is what keeps the planet's resilience stable, and we're today seeing risks of us undermining this. In our Global Commission on Economics of Water work, we have for the first time produced the atmospheric rivers context of all nations in the world. Here you see the connection points. This is our export and import of green water between nations. I'll just give you one example. Look at the dot there in Brazil. The Amazon basin, the richest terrestrial biome on planet Earth, is exporting fresh rainfall to all the countries across the South American continent, which is only enabled through the health and stability of the Amazon rainforest. But just look across the world, we're all interconnected through the global common use of fresh water through the green water interconnections. We've also mapped the fact that every sustainable development goal is dependent on fresh water, blue and green. So you will not have eradication of poverty or securing food security for all, or health, or education, or even stable socioeconomic development unless you also invest in both green and blue water, both the soil moisture, but also the liquid water. We also know today that water is fundamental for water insecurity, climate change, and biodiversity loss. Water cuts across all the 3 Rio Conventions and are fundamental for the stability in the world. The IPCC, which you see here, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, concludes, as you all know, that the severity and magnitude, so the number and magnitude of extreme events, are on the increase. Droughts, floods, heat waves, fires. These are all connected to fresh water. They would not occur without a freshwater pulse causing these impacts. We have in the Economics of Water Commission translated that in economic terms. We show that rich nations in the world will face an 8 to 10% decline in GDP by 2050, and low-income nations 10 to 15% income in loss of income just because of these extreme events affecting labor productivity and affecting communities directly. We're also proposing, in order to put value on fresh water, to revisit the human rights of water. We call this, what amount of water is required for a dignified life? Well, we know that 50 liters per person per day is required for the human rights of water, for drinking water and domestic use, for health. Another 300 or so are used and needed per capita for our industrial modern development in the world economy today. But look at the numbers. Another 3,800 liters per person per day is required for an adequate, healthy diet. This adds up to 4,000 liters per person per day for dignified life. 4 cubic meters, 4 tons of water. Dear friends, I can tell that if you want to have an adequate lunch to eat or a dinner tonight, it will consume more than 1 ton of fresh water to produce. That is reality. That is what we now need to focus on. Therefore, we've translated this Economics of Water work into 5 mission areas to really transform and move fast, along with President Macron's point about really breaking silos and moving faster across policy areas. Launching a new revolution in the food systems, conserving and restoring the natural habitats to secure carbon sinks and biodiversity, go from linear to circular water economies for both green and blue water, enabling clean energy and AI-rich area of low water consumptive use in the modern economy that we're moving towards, and ensuring that no child dies from unsafe water by 2030, the fundamental WASH agenda. All of this is interconnected through a number of enablers, and these enablers are really what Ajay Banga emphasizing here, of looking at partnerships, breaking silos, and really connecting and avoiding fragmentation in policy. And all of this needs to be framed within hard policies on environmental boundaries, on equity, and on efficiency. And we believe that this has the opportunity to reshape the economics of water, to really accelerate a transformation within a safe operating space for humanity on planet Earth, where fresh water is the investment area to enable that path to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rockstrom, for this eye-opening presentation. Your insights on the economics of water have highlighted a crucial reality, a reality where our world's water systems are deeply interconnected, with actions in one region creating ripple effects across continents. Honored guests, water is part of increasing global tensions, calling for a profound rethinking of governance, the mobilization of collective intelligence, and bold initiatives to address the major challenges facing freshwater resources today. To explore successful models of transboundary cooperation and their transformative potential, and to guide us through our first panel discussion of the day titled Share and Cooperate, I am pleased to welcome Ms. Tatiana Molchan, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by adding my voice in expressing appreciation and congratulations to France, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, and the World Bank for organizing this important summit in this beautiful city of Riyadh on such an important topic, water, and at a critical time. As head of the UNEC, having the honor of hosting the UN Water Convention on Transboundary Cooperation, I'm more than delighted to guide you through the next session, the first session of our discussions today, which is under a very meaningful title, Share and Cooperate. And I hope you all agree that the transboundary nature of water resources is all about cooperation and sharing. We cannot solve the water crisis without recognizing that water knows no border. And I think we all heard this in the speakers, in the opening remarks, but also our keynote speaker who has shown how this all is interlinked. And 60% of the world's fresh water flows across national boundaries. More than 3 billion people depend on shared waters. Yet, we have only a few countries and regions that have any cooperation or arrangements in place. We have data that shows how beneficial it is to cooperate and to work together. And it helps not only to improve water management, to address disaster risks, to mitigate climate changes, and also to improve the well-being of people, the economic development, and also to address conflicts, to prevent conflicts, and build peace. So we have these amazing examples throughout the world. We already heard a few examples from this stage, and I'm sure we'll have more examples following from countries, from the regions. And I hope we all will be, and I'm certain we'll all be inspired about these examples, from these examples. We all agree that the cost of inaction is too high, and it is more so when we have the instruments to address this challenges. And one of that is, of course, the instrument that we had on the UN umbrella, like the UN Water Convention, where it's clear instrument on how to work together, how to support countries to really work in building, exchanging experience, and benefiting from technical experience and assistance. Since it was globally opened to all the countries of the UN in 2016, we have now 14 more countries who have joined this convention, including in the last years Iraq, Panama, Cote d'Ivoire, Gambia, Nigeria, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And 20 more countries are on the way to join this convention. And looking at these positive outcomes, of course, I call on every country to join the Water Convention. And I'm doing so in particular being aware of the impact it is having for arid countries and those which heavily depend on transboundary waters, like Turkmenistan, which is an important party of the convention. With that, I would like to invite to the podium His Excellency Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, the national leader of Turkmen people and chairman of the People's Council of Turkmenistan, to share with us Turkmen experience, but as well regional and global perspective on water cooperation. Your Excellency, please welcome to the floor.
I thank you very much, dear participants of the summit, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me express my gratitude to the governments of France, Kazakhstan, and Saudi Arabia for convening this summit, which is intended to practically contribute to addressing issues on the global agenda. Among the most pressing challenges. Today, interaction on water issues is an essential part of global processes, significantly determining the prospects for ensuring sustainable stability, development, and well-being on the planet. In this context, guaranteeing equal and fair access to water and in a broader sense to water resources serves as a decisive condition not only of a political and legal nature, but also of a moral one, a matter of responsibility to current and future generations. We believe that the criterion determining the effectiveness of multilateral dialogue on water issues should be the unconditional commitment of its participants to two fundamental principles: the rational use and fair distribution of water resources. Turkmenistan has always firmly and consistently stated that access to water is a natural right of peoples and every person. This principle is clearly applicable to Central Asia, where water, due to a number of historical, cultural, and natural geographic features, has a special value and significance, and where access to it is a direct and often decisive factor in economic and social well-being, as well as the standard and quality of life of people. In this regard, Turkmenistan is convinced that addressing the entire spectrum of water issues in Central Asia should be based on three key principles. First, adherence to international law. Water resources are a common heritage, and their use should be regulated in accordance with universally recognized norms, particularly under the United Nations conventions. And second, mutual consideration of interests. Decisions should consider the needs of all states in the region. Only such an approach can ensure fairness and sustainability in this sphere. Third, involvement of international organizations, primarily the United Nations. We are confident that the United Nations participation in water initiatives strengthens their legitimacy and their effectiveness as well. Based on this, in order to preserve and strengthen good neighborly relations, development, and cooperation in Central Asia, as well as to establish a mechanism for water use from transboundary rivers in the region, Turkmenistan proposed during the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly the initiative to create a United Nations Regional Council on Water Use Issues in Central Asia with headquarters in Ashgabat city, as well as to accelerate the process of adoption of the United Nations conventions on the Amudarya and Sirdarya rivers. This council, in close cooperation with all Central Asian states, would coordinate water management activities, organize the interaction of relevant public structures of the region, and they develop the legal framework for water use. We are confident that this initiative of Turkmenistan is timely and, if implemented, could bring tangible practical progress in strengthening regional cooperation in the near future. Discussing water-related challenges, we cannot ignore the impact of climate change. It means rising temperatures, shrinking glaciers, and changing precipitation patterns demand not only adaptation, but also urgent joint actions. Despite their remoteness from Turkmenistan, glaciers are of great importance to our country. They are the natural sources for rivers like the Amudarya and Sirdarya, whose waters are the foundation of life, agriculture, and ecosystems in the region. We believe that preserving glaciers is only possible through the use of the most advanced technologies. We are ready to participate in international initiatives for glacier monitoring, research, and protection, including the implementation of climate-resilient solutions. And as an active participant in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, Turkmenistan focuses on the practical implementation of the key provisions of the 2030 Agenda. Among these is the goal number 6, which is ensuring equal access to clean water, which is a national priority for us. In implementing it, systematic work is underway in our country to build new water facilities and develop infrastructure designed to provide the population with the clean drinking water. targeted programs have been adopted to further operate hydraulic structures based on international standards and best practices. I would particularly like to highlight the issue of the rational use of the Amudarya River, which Turkmenistan views as a critical resource for national and regional development. We are introducing modern irrigation methods using water-saving technologies and taking measures to minimize water losses. And of course, as already was mentioned, I would also like to revisit to Turkmenistan's initiative to develop a United Nations special program for the Aral Sea Basin and to single out the Aral Sea issue as a separate area of activity for the United Nations. And as Mr. Kasım-Jomart Kemelovich Tokayev already mentioned, I would also like to mention it as well. And the basis for effective international cooperation on the Aral Sea includes 2 UN General Assembly resolutions entitled Cooperation between the UN and the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea, adopted at Turkmenistan initiative. It is also important to recall the resolution of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, entitled Consideration of the Modalities for the Establishment of the United Nations Special Program for the Aral Sea Basin. The implementation of these critical documents should be one of the defining directions of all international efforts on the Aral Sea track. Without any doubt, the key role here is assigned to the activities of the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea and its Interstate Commission for Water Coordination. These structures work on addressing tasks of paramount importance. Therefore, their activities should rely not only on the assistance of the fund's member states, but also on broad and systematic international support. Dear participants, Turkmenistan is convinced of the global community's ability to unite efforts to create an effective and sustainable water resource management system. This requires strengthening regional cooperation, intensifying scientific research, and introducing new technologies. In the near future, the United Nations Regional Center for Climate Change Technologies in Central Asia will begin operating in Ashgabat. The government of Turkmenistan will provide maximum assistance to this new structure, ensuring the most favorable conditions for the effective fulfillment of its tasks and objectives. Dear participants of the summit, in conclusion, I would like to reaffirm Turkmenistan's unwavering readiness for further close cooperation on water issues with the United Nations, other specialized international structures, and our neighbors and partners based on clear and fair principles, mutual responsibility, and consideration of interests of the parties. And of course, they're taking this very opportunity. I would like to thank President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kasım-Jomart Kemelovich Tokayev, and of course the President of the French Republic, President Macron, and of course His Royal Highness Prince of Saudi Arabia, for raising this very important and crucial issue at the global agenda. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this insightful and inspiring words, putting an accent not only on the efforts on your country, but also to the region, Central Asia, and the recommendation and good advices that you have given for increasing our cooperation. Now, as we are moving forward in our discussion, there is one crucial aspect that we all relate to, and we've heard this being mentioned many times, and that is the sustainability of our cooperation really relies on different pillars and the involvement of many stakeholders. We cannot do this alone, so we have to involve all partners at different levels, different pillars, and at different tracks. And one of these key partners or stakeholders is the youth, whose future really depends on water resources and has a key role to play. So I would like to invite now on this stage 2 youth representatives, please, that have an outstanding initiative, transcending borders, generations, and sectors. The French and Kazakh Youth Parliaments for Water representatives, please.
Honorable Head of States, distinguished guests and representatives, today we stand before you to deliver an essential truth. Young people, who make up 30% of the global population, will bear the greatest burden of today's inaction.
But we also understand that it is not only our right, but also our responsibility to build the future where youth have access to water without discrimination. And our generation offers dynamic energy, ideas, innovative solutions. And we want to scale up these efforts, but we need you, decision makers, to support our initiatives.
To bring this vision to life, we are proud to announce the creation of 2 national youth parliaments on water, one in France and one in Kazakhstan. By uniting young leaders, these parliaments will strengthen resilience, inspire collaboration, and develop actionable strategies to sustainable water management at local, transboundary, and global scales.
But let's be clear, youth, even though they are aligning this, walking the talk through projects with dedicated SDG 6, they can't do alone. They need a help, so let's support them.
Yes, to achieve this, we call on you to first establish and sustain funding mechanisms to support youth-led water initiatives. And on this point, I would like to thank the French Development Agency, IFD, for paving the way with us in France. Secondly, we need you to empower youth participation in decision-making processes at every level. And last, to foster international cooperation for young people.
And this new Youth Parliaments Water will inspire and connect young leaders. To support the shared vision of France, Kazakhstan, and the global youth movement for water, we call you to help us in empowering young people to build the future with water to accessible everyone.
Honorable leaders,
the youth are ready.
Will you answer the call?
Thank you so much for your inspiring words and for your motivation, motivating, I think, all of us, giving us an example. And as this is part of a more global initiative, the Global Youth Movement for Water, that really brings together initiatives, bridges local and global agenda and advocacy, empowering young leaders like the ones we have today with us here on the stage to really act on our future. And I would like to share with you one short video that we have and which shows concretely the examples of cooperation of projects that can be done and can be achieved together, in particular with youth engagement. So if we can have a video.
biggest change that my project has brought to the community is a significant improvement in the water quality and a reduction in massive die-off of fishes and marine creatures. My project has helped to address the problem of local water challenge like pollution.
The main objective of our project is to address limited access self-sanitation by establishing a fecal treatment in the coastal area of Bandar Lampung.
The project adopted an educational design to build the adaptive capacity of small-scale farmers within one of Jamaica's most productive regions. So we designed a curriculum and held farmer field schools to increase farmers' knowledge about climate change, water conservation methods, plant-water interaction, and soil-water management.
I see youth-led initiative curbing the problem of water security through the conservation of local water bodies and its provision to communities that lack proper access to water.
In this climate change situation, we need to encourage the community to more resilience to face the climate change through connected to the sanitation issue. Youth is so important. Youth has the power and crucial role in every aspect and process.
Young people are leading in key projects to transform and safeguard our future water security.
Our existing policies and frameworks fail, they are as much part of the problem as they are part of the solution. And we want to make sure that that seat of the table is valid towards the OneWaterSummit, towards all the follow-up processes in the UN 2026 conference, as well as the UN 2028 and beyond. Let's work together, give them a seat at our table, so we deserve a seat at their table.
Inspiring statements and engagement and motivation from our young leaders. It's with more enthusiasm that I move into the next part of our session, which is a roundtable with concrete solutions and tools, I would say, for transboundary cooperation, which showcases some of the instruments and platforms that were already presented today here, but that really can turn the needle from conflict to cooperation in transboundary basins and multiply economic, social, and environmental benefits for population. With that, I would like to call to the stage Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, the CEO of the Global Environmental Facility, and also Mr. Eric Tardieu, Secretary General of the International Network of Basin Organizations. As we look now into the tools and very concrete solutions that we have in front of us, I would like to highlight first one of those, and that is the Transboundary Water Cooperation Coalition, which was created in the run-up to the 2023 Water Conference, where we had 17 countries, but what was very important that we brought together 20 international organizations, financial institutions, academia, and NGOs, joined forces in creating this Transboundary Water Cooperation Coalition. And it really is there to help and promote cooperation. And in fact, preparing to this OneWaterSummit, the coalition decided to launch a knowledge platform on transboundary water cooperation, which will be as a one-stop shop, as we might say, so for countries, for partners really to get all the information, all the data to develop partnership and cooperate when it comes to transboundary water. And the GEF, the Global Environmental Facility, is an active member of this Transboundary Water Cooperation Coalition and really a major driver when it comes to supporting transboundary water cooperation worldwide. So I'd like to invite you, Mr. really to share with us a little bit more on this point.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tatiana. And it is a real pleasure to be here today. The Global Environment Facility is all about partnership and cooperation. We were created 30 years ago. We are a partnership of 187 countries. Today, we have roughly 2,000 projects in 144 countries with a budget of $8.4 billion in grant finance directly to countries, which mobilize probably around $80 billion in co-finance. So the GEF is all about cooperation and partnerships. Here we are, Tatiana, I will say after a long series of weeks of international meetings and negotiations, and I will say with modest success in what we are trying to achieve in terms of reverting climate change and adapting to the climate change, biodiversity conservation, and just very importantly, dealing with desertification, land degradation, and drought. And yes, water is across all of those elements. And even though water is everywhere, it is nowhere seen at all. And for me, it is a real honor to be here in this high-level dialogue, because this is what we need, have these kind of conversations at the highest political level. I will say that after hearing our good friend Johan Rockström, we, humanity, has profoundly altered the global hydrological cycle. Water dependency on one country often relies on another country or another region. So changes to our climate, our landscapes, and our forests are increasingly disrupting this delicate balance. And you told us very well, Tatiana, that we cannot meet our national commitments to the SDGs without acknowledging the importance of transboundary water cooperation. And that is what the GEF is all about. The protection of freshwater ecosystems and the advancement of transboundary water cooperation is in the core of the DNA of the GEF. And to date, as I said, we have mobilized large sums of resources in terms of transboundary water management. The GEF has been able to allocate around $1.3 billion in more than 200 different projects in around 640 watersheds, most of them transboundary watersheds. Today, as part of this event, the GEF is very proud to report that we will be doing a $5 million investment in the Freshwater Challenge. For us, it's a great opportunity to really mobilize immediate resources to activities that brings together the effort that we want to do in terms of integration and inclusion. There will never be a solution for our aspiration of sustainability if we still work on silos. That is why integrating across conventions, across government agencies, across sectors are in the core of what we want to do. And also, Tatiana, I would like to also announce the GEF's recent investment of $10.6 billion to strengthening the management of the Zambezi River Basin for climate resilient and healthy ecosystems. We've been working with SAMCON, the regional organization that manages this precious freshwater ecosystem in Africa. And here we can prove that we can really invest to facilitate not only the dialogue, but also actions across the water, energy, food, and environmental nexus. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And you've noticed, I mean, by the applauses, you've launched quite a few important messages. And you ran us through governance, finance, but to facilitate really cooperation and reduce what we are saying, the water risks and adapt uses, we all rely on data, on quality data. And this requires really enhanced international cooperation, as will do the One Water Vision Coalition. And we've heard already a few speakers, several speakers mentioning it. I think we have a short video, if we have time to run it, before I will invite Eric Tardieu to speak more in details about this vision. So if we can have the video.
The water cycle is strongly disrupted by human action. Both water scarcity as well as water excess, exacerbated by climate change, will become increasingly problematic. Societies need to improve water risk management and adapt water usage. To this end, states need to have access to reliable data and to cooperate on the best practices in water sciences, Earth observation, artificial intelligence, and data management. On the occasion of the OneWaterSummit, the World Meteorological Organization and the National Water Association are partnering with the Research Consortium together with universities to launch the OneWaterSummit. Its members have committed to working together on 3 priorities. First, strengthen operational information systems supporting hydrological services through cooperation programs such as the WMO Global Hydrological Status and Outlook System, or the Space Climate Observatory to share and enable access to information on the state of freshwater resources. Second, co-develop reliable datasets by ground-truthing Earth observations on pilot sites worldwide. For instance, the SWAT satellite, developed by NASA and CNES, is the first to deliver hydrological data at high spatial and temporal resolution. It will allow all partners to complement the monitoring of surface water stocks in lakes, rivers, and glaciers. Develop novel approaches through enhanced scientific and technical cooperation, such as the Trishna satellite developed by ISRO and CNES, to allow better monitoring of agricultural droughts through water stress. The One Water vision will show how better informed water management can be implemented by states and leaders while involving society as a whole.
I mean, it's about data and the importance of data. So Eric, can you run us through this initiative and this vision, really what it is about?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tatiana. As you can imagine, we are very proud to launch this One Water Vision Coalition today with already more than 20 research institutions, including space agencies and universities from Asia, including from Kazakhstan, as well as was mentioned, from Europe, including from France, INRAE and CNES, but also from Africa and Australia. And this research consortium will be complemented. It remains open to other research institutions. And I am also launching a call for new research partners today. We have the World Meteorological Organization on board, which is great because WMO is already working with countries, in particular through its hydrological observing system. And INBO will help to provide the perspective from basin organizations via their role as multi-stakeholders platforms for dialogue among different water users. So this initiative gathers data producers and data users, building bridges for a quicker emergence of useful services based on new satellite technologies. This is really meant to be a fruitful cooperation between science, creation of new knowledge, and implementation approaches with user perspective for quantitative and qualitative water resources management, for water-related risks management, agriculture, water stress, long-term planning. It will cover very contrasted contexts in terms of climate and geographies. It will enhance access to reliable data sets and get closer to real-time services. The initiative will be facilitated by a secretariat hosted by INRAE in France. So this One Water Vision Coalition is a tool for you, country leaders, high-level decision makers. It will illustrate and demonstrate how satellite technology can facilitate science-based decision-making processes at different levels, transboundary and national levels, of course, but also more local levels like basins or even cities or farms. We will develop pilot cases, involve local stakeholders, and try to also provide a comparative analysis of the different solutions and services. And very last remark, let's keep in mind that data sharing and inclusive water information systems are not only useful technical tools, they are also key triggers for cooperation and trust building among water users, and hence for the improvement of water resources management at all levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. This is an amazing initiative, and I think it's a great way of concluding this session when it is about cooperation and mutual engagements and partnerships, and having this reliance on science, research and data, which we are all greatly supporting, shows once again how important partnerships are, in particular when we address transboundary water cooperation. And really, it needs a strong political drive, and having heads of states here today and showing their commitment is extremely powerful. With that, I think we can move forward with the discussions, but also with our joint commitment to really have transboundary cooperation high on our agenda, integrating in the global processes, the 2026 UN Water Conference, and in the discussions on the post-2030 agenda. Let us really seize the opportunities that we have, strengthen our cooperation, and really ensure a future of shared prosperity and resilience. Once again, the cost of inaction is too high and a risk we cannot afford when the well-being of our people, of our ecosystems, and of our shared planet is at stake. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tatiana, and to our distinguished panelists and speakers for demonstrating how cooperation can transform potential water conflicts into opportunities for shared prosperity. Your examples showcased today of successful transboundary water management show us that when we work together, we create solutions that benefit all parties involved. Ladies and gentlemen, our next sequence addresses the foundational challenge of water resource preservation. As we are learning today and every day, effective water planning and management begins with land and ecosystem management. And to guide us through this vital discussion, I am pleased to welcome our moderator, Dr. Musunda Mumba, Secretary General of the Convention on Wetlands. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's such an honor to be here. And having listened to Professor Johan Rockström, we understand that there is an urgency needed in how we act. The very hydrological cycle and how it manifests is at the very center of the work we do. I head the Convention on Wetlands based in Switzerland, and I'm deeply honored to lead this session that focuses on preserve, restore, and adapt. But how do we adapt? And that's what we're going to be hearing about very soon. Without further ado, I would like to invite His Excellency, Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mohammad Sharif, to come and tell us how has Pakistan managed to deal with the complexity from the Himalayas all the way to the sea and adapt in a space of change. Your Excellency.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Prime Minister of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Excellency President Emmanuel Macron, my dear brother President Qasem Jomart Tokayev, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening. I would like to express my profound gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, France, and Kazakhstan, as well as the World Bank for organizing this timely summit to deliberate upon one of humanity's most pressing challenges, water security. Excellencies, water is the lifeblood of our planet, a cornerstone of economic development, food security, and environmental sustainability. This life-sustaining resource, however, is coming under great pressure. Nearly half of the world's population is facing water scarcity for at least part of the year. Billions remain without clean drinking water as water pollution is rising at alarming levels. Water resources are fast depleting and degrading, displacing millions and causing unprecedented destruction. This is not a distant threat, but a flashing sign for all of us to see and act speedily. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is no stranger to these challenges. Our rivers, glaciers, and aquifers are increasingly vulnerable to the impact of climate change and population growth. To this day, we are still grappling with the 2022 catastrophic floods that hit Pakistan like never before. Widespread damage to our water resources and irrigation sector, and on top of that, affecting millions of lives and livelihoods. At the same time, drought pose an equally potent threat to our country. Nearly 70% of our land consists of arid and semi-arid areas, and around 30% of our population is directly affected by drought-like conditions. As one of the 10 countries most vulnerable to global climate change, such impacts and losses are likely to rise further for Pakistan in the absence of concentrated international actions. Excellencies, water transcends political boundaries, connecting nations and fostering shared ecosystem. Pakistan, therefore, attaches great importance to transboundary cooperation. The Indus Water Treaty, which governs the sharing of the Indus Basin's waters, is one example of such an arrangement. Yet, in recent years, the treaty has come under unprecedented stress due to a number of factors, including construction of upstream dams. Its effective functioning is key to maintaining regional peace, stability, and progress. Excellencies, our Recharge Pakistan initiative aims to address climate-induced flood risks and mitigate drought impacts through ecosystem-based adaptations. Also, we are finalizing a national drought plan that identifies the most drought-affected areas and proposes effective response mechanisms to mitigate the impact of drought in these areas. Ladies and gentlemen, at the global level, I would submit for your kind consideration a number of steps to overcome water-related challenges. First, we need international cooperation and collaboration to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, as provided for in the SDG 6. Second, exchange of knowledge and expertise, as well as transfer of technologies on innovative water management must be prioritized. Third, adequate funding for climate-resilient infrastructure and overcoming financing gap remains critical for climate-vulnerable countries. Fourth, we must also focus on framework for transparency, data sharing, and regional cooperation to avoid conflicts and promote water sharing. Fifth, we must invest in skills development, research, and institutional strengthening to tackle water challenges at national and global levels. Last but not the least, we require strong political will and global leadership to overcome the water crisis. In this regard, I would like to deeply appreciate and commend the visionary leadership and timely initiative of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to establish the Global Water Organization. We are proud to join this initiative as one of its founding members and look forward to providing all possible support in achieving its important goals. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I am reminded of the joyful scenes of children playing along the river canals that traverse my home city, Lahore in Pakistan, and the fisher folk and their boats along the river Ravi. These cherished memories serve as a poignant reminder of what is at stake. As leaders, policymakers, and custodians of the future, it is our duty to ensure that these rivers, lakes, and aquifers that have nourished civilizations for centuries must not be reduced to tales of the past. I thank you.
Memory, remembering the places of our childhood. This is absolutely wonderful. At this juncture, I would like to invite His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Mongolia. We're now traveling to the steppes and the beautiful area of Mongolia. His Excellency, Prime Minister Lu Samdasrai. Excellency, I understand that your fun fact about Mongolia is that it actually has the oldest protected area in the world from 1728. I understand he's not here. We move along. We take a journey. Because we're here in Riyadh, and thank you to the presidency of Saudi Arabia, we are here for COP16, the UNCCD COP. And for many people, this may just be one of many summits. But the OneWaterSummit is also part of One Planet Summit under the leadership of President Macron and other world leaders. And so in 2021, when the One Planet Summit for Biodiversity by His Excellency President Macron was held, there was an initiative that was born, which was an accelerator for the Sahel. And this beautiful region in the Sahel is also very vulnerable, as we know. Just behind the Sahara and the advancement of the Sahara, the initiative of the Great Green Wall. And an announcement that will be and was made today by His Excellency, and as a result of that OneWaterSummit, we do realize that today there is a program by the United Nations World Food Programme which is launching its second phase called the Sahel Integrated Resilience Program. Very excited. Unfortunately, the head of WFP, Cindy McCain, cannot be with us here today, but we have a fantastic video on the story of this initiative, an outcome of that OneWaterSummit. If we can have the video, please.
The World Food Programme is best known for delivering emergency relief, but our work extends far beyond food assistance. We also support communities as they build long-term resilience against hunger. Many of the people we serve are living with the devastating impacts of climate change, from land degradation to depleted water resources. Water management is a crucial part of a successful strategy to end hunger, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa and other regions prone to droughts or floods. This is why, together with a wide range of partners, WFP runs programs to restore soil fertility and capture rainwater using innovative soil conservation and regeneration approaches. Techniques such as half-moon structures improve soil health, enhance crop yields, and help protect against drought. They also recharge water tables and support sustainable groundwater extraction for community use. Since 2018, WFP has used these tools to rehabilitate 300,000 hectares of land and over 4,000 water systems across the Sahel region of West Africa. Our program helped protect livelihoods and reduce humanitarian needs for over 4 million people. With your support, we plan to expand our work even further. Our goal is to invest $1.5 billion in the Sahel over the next 5 years to assist 5 million people in resilience-building programs. This investment will be crucial not only to restore damaged ecosystems, but also to build long-term food security for the most vulnerable communities. Your support for a sustainable future has never been more important. WFP is ready to work with you to achieve it. Thank you for your partnership.
Fantastic initiative that has been funded by the government of France and several other donors. I'm so excited. Now I'm going to invite a number of speakers because we really want to understand, because part of the actual objective of this OneWaterSummit is to understand what solutions actually exist on the ground. I'm sure people are wondering what's happening in the global north, the global south, in different parts of the world. And without further ado, I begin by inviting Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, who is the president of IUCN, to come to the stage. And also I'd like to invite Ms. Zulfiya Suleymanov from Kazakhstan, and also Mr. Domingo Nampuchkai from the Amazon. Well, welcome. Razan, you are the president of a big organization, a member-based organization called IUCN, but you've also been very much instrumental and involved in what is called the Freshwater Challenge. Some people here may not know about it, and we would like to hear more. What exactly is happening in the world? It's an exciting initiative.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's just wonderful, wonderful to be here. Your Excellencies, Prime Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start my intervention perhaps with a quick question. As president of IUCN, I have a bit of a problem with reconciling a definition of water that is perhaps too simplistic. One that perhaps looks at water too much as a commodity. As president of IUCN, with our 18,000 scientists, we're not surprised, perhaps, that water is perhaps conceived as a commodity that we need to manage, one that we need to share, perhaps trade, sell, or exchange. But also, as somebody coming from an arid region, an arid part of the world, I know deeply that water is much more than that. Water, as we've heard, is life, plain and simple. We cannot survive without it, and it is not a commodity and cannot be managed as such. Water, ladies and gentlemen, is nature. Water are rivers. Water are peatlands, are wetlands, are lakes. Then, coming from a climate change perspective, my second point, and as our climate changes and we continue our increased demand on natural resources, it is through water that we will feel the first pain of climate change. We see too much water, we see too little water, or perhaps we see water that is utterly polluted. And so climate change, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps is sometimes can be seen as a metaphor for water changing. And in the context of climate change, healthy freshwater ecosystems are key. They're key, why? Because they can prevent and mitigate floods and droughts. They're central in this connection between climate, nature, and sustainable development. And probably one of our greatest and most efficient ally to store carbon. Peatlands, for example, even though represent 3% of the world's Earth's surface, but store twice as much as carbon as all forests combined. So, we're not here just to talk about name and culture and definitions, challenges, but really here to talk about opportunities. And this is where the Freshwater Challenge or opportunity comes. It was launched at COP28. It was really a historic initiative that shed light on this, sometimes forgotten ecosystem, but with very clear definitions of targets and goals. So 3 goals. 1, to restore 300,000 kilometers of degraded rivers. 2, to restore 350 million hectares of degraded wetlands by 2030. And thirdly, to conserve intact freshwater ecosystems. And I'm extremely proud that today the Freshwater Challenge is now the largest global effort to restore and protect freshwater systems. We have 49 countries already on board, all believing that the common thread between the 3 Rio Conventions and the Ramsar Convention is, in fact, the freshwater ecosystem. My last message here is 49 countries is impressive, but it's too little. We need more countries on board, and we will continue as freshwater advocates ensure that we beat the drum to ensure that more parties are engaged and involved. But my final message is this is not a message for governments alone. Governments alone cannot address these complex challenges. We need non-party stakeholders involved. We need the private sector. We need civil society. We need academia. And here, while I am representing IUCN, I also represent a coalition of non-party stakeholders that are the core partners of this initiative that I'd like to mention. They are Conservation International, TNC, Wetland International, WWF, Ramsar, UNCCD, and of course, UNEP. And with that, I really would like to conclude with really inviting countries and non-party stakeholders to join the Freshwater Challenge. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What a brilliant initiative. I mean, I've been very fortunate to be privy to see the evolution of this critical and important initiative. We now go to my dear sister Zulfia. I had the opportunity of visiting your region. Unfortunately, I've not been to Kazakhstan yet, but I was in the South Aral in Uzbekistan, and we heard from His Excellency President Tokaymov. He did say that we've made some mistakes. And in making these mistakes, there's been an impact in seeing that. The Aral Sea, when I saw that first picture in the National Geographic of a ship stranded and dry, but at the same time, there's a message of hope because something is happening. There's restoration initiatives happening, and it's so exciting. And I would like to hear from you. What are you doing in Kazakhstan to make this shift?
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. For Kazakhstan, as was noted by President Tokayev earlier, water is a lifeline that sustains everything on the planet. Working on OneWaterSummit throughout the year, we were always thinking about what are our concrete deliverables. We really wanted to make this summit a summit of hope. And here I would like to share 5 concrete initiatives. First, we keep dear to our heart water cooperation. Out of 8 basins in my country, 7 are transboundary. So, Kazakhstan is a party to both United Nations water conventions, and we are now ratifying the UNECE protocol on water and health. This year, we have also assumed chairmanship in the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea, regional transboundary cooperation organization of Central Asian states. We will keep its mandate high throughout our presidency. Kazakhstan will prioritize the implementation of a comprehensive 4th Aral Sea Basin program, and we are thrilled to announce our new cooperation with AFD on improving the efficiency of water use in agriculture. Second, as announced by President Tokayev, I am very happy to reconfirm our joining the Freshwater Challenge, aimed to maintain the health of ecosystems. As a first step, we plan to preserve the Aksuat Lake system of Naurazum Reserve. Third, we have succeeded in preserving on the first phase the Northern Aral Sea, a once 4th biggest lake, now almost completely deserted, the one which you've seen. Jointly with OneWaterSummit French team, with Barbara Pompili, we visited the town of Aralsk this summer, once port city at the shore of the sea, to see with our own eyes how water defines our lives and our cultures. We were touched when we saw a lighthouse built by locals in the hope that the sea will someday return. And I am deeply privileged to declare that jointly with the World Bank, we will continue the second phase of the project on restoration of the Northern Aral Sea. We hope that it will be transformative for the ecosystem and for the local population. Fourth, there are internal water bodies that also deserve our attention. The unique Lake Balkhash is one of it, with half of it being salty, another half being freshwater. South of it is Ramsar wetland. With permission, I would like to announce that a leading private company of Kazakhstan, Kazakhmys Corporation, has committed to allocating $5 million for projects aimed at preserving sustainability of Lake's ecosystem. We are very proud that there are private sector actors who are able and willing to take on such an enormous challenge and demonstrate leadership in water ecosystem preservation. Fifth, glaciers play an important role in global water cycle. Our president just mentioned it. They feed rivers and lakes, sustaining the livelihoods of nearly 2 billion people globally. Our water towers over the last few decades have experienced loss in mass and are projected to further thaw. Unfortunately, we do not know much about them. There still remain yawning gaps in our monitoring of the glacier system in all mountainous regions. That's why Kazakhstan will work with leading institutions and partners to establish a water towers partnership aimed at three things. First, support and strengthen concrete research on our water towers to fill in the existing gaps and provide recommendations for deglaciated conditions. Second, support integration of local knowledge into the knowledge base about the glaciers. Ask locals, they know better. Third, support young scientists who would like to dedicate their lives to this beautiful science. It will support existing global efforts on glaciers. Dear friends, when back in 2021 I was a guest in a fisherman's house at the shore of the Aral Sea, I asked, "What is your dream?" They laughed and said, "We dream about rain and snow." And I stop here in hope that our actions would inspire change. There is no such a thing as important or unimportant actions. There are meaningful actions. Even if small, if it changes the life of someone, the effort is never lost. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. We are waiting for that dream to come true one day soon. At this juncture, I would like to invite Mr. Nampichkai, who's come all the way from the Amazon. Now, this, as we saw from Johan Rockstrom's presentation, the sky rivers and the importance of connectivity, but also the power of local communities and why they matter. So we want to hear from you why the action of local communities matters.
Muy buenas noches. En primer lugar, a su majestad, al príncipe real de Arabia Saudí, excelentes presidentes.
Evening, I'd like first to thank the custodian of the two holy mosques and the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and the President of France, and the President of Kazakhstan, and the President of the World Bank Group. I'd like to thank each and everyone here today. My name is Domingo Perez, and I'm the President of the Cuencas Sagradas Union. This union encompasses or contains 30 little countries that are interested, or little villages interested in finding water that we need in these 30 little countries or villages in the Amazon. Amazon was a region that, and we are, as original countries in our region, we're not only interested in water, but we're also interested in the quality of life for people who live there. Each one of us has his own reality and responsibility, and I'm here willing to share with you that we, as indigenous people of these areas, we have an environment, and each environment for us is considered a sort of life, and each sort of life is based on water, and with water we have some sort of connection with the whole world. As one of the most important resources, through water connects us. It helps us reach all the world and gives life to the whole world. As for us, water is a sacred element. All of our women, through our connection with water, and all the lives of our people is created by water. So for us, water is very important, and we prioritize it in all of our lives. This is what I wanted to share with you. But currently, water depends on the Amazon area. The Amazon area is an integral part of the world. It's the heart of the world. If we destroy this heart of the world, this forest that encompasses all of the indigenous areas in our region, I think what will happen is that we will be destroying all of the other regions neighboring us. So what happens in the Amazon area will have its impact on all of the other continents. So I would like to request from all of the nations here and to clear that I'm not here to criticize or to complain. I'm here to ask each and every one of you to use this humanized element that makes us connected to the whole world, to the whole earth. So we need to think deeply on what we should do. I'd like to request from all governments, from all communities, to think together. I'm not sure how we can create a new ship. This is a ship that we're all responsible for. We're responsible for the ship that will save humanity. We're responsible towards the next generations. We as indigenous people in our nation, we know that the forest is still there and we can do that for the whole world. But our current responsibility is to make sure that this is a sustainable resource. We need to open our minds and we need to serve our task in a way that will be satisfying for our missions and our hearts. Thank you very much.
Amazon does not just stay in the Amazon. We are all connected and we are on this same planet with the gift of Pachamama. It's been so wonderful listening to the three of you and also having seen that video from the Sahel. And really what's important at this juncture is, what do we do next? What can you do? What can the communities that you come from do? And here I would like to announce one of the most incredible initiatives by UNESCO. The Adopt a River initiative is fantastic. This has been in the working together with the OneWaterSummit team, and really something that looks at what is the role of children, looking at the global initiative of a journey and making sure that we give the spotlight on schools and where children can adopt a section or a segment of a river and try and save it or do something or just conserve it. And so in fact, this program actually allows schools to be certified as green schools. This is absolutely fantastic, and I think it requires an applause, because if you can get a green star for your school, think about the schools that you went to, and maybe your children are going to the same schools. This is fantastic. And this is really with support by 41 countries in total and UNESCO's executive board. It's really fantastic. We're getting children involved, communities involved, to really, and one of the initiatives is to twin schools in different regions of the world. This is absolutely fantastic. And also looking at the Transboundary initiative and Transboundary dimension that has been mentioned. Colleagues, we have listened from Pakistan all the way to the Amazon and heard the thread that comes right through and why water matters, this lifeline, this very place and this very space where the manifestation of change, particularly climate change, land degradation, and since we're in Riyadh for the COP16, desertification manifests. Thank you so much to all the presenters and the speakers. I'm deeply honored to have been your moderator for this session. Merci, shukran.
Honored guests, more on land and water adaptation. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Prime Minister of Mongolia, Mr. Oyun Erdin Lufsan Namsrai, taking us through lessons learned to face diversification and its impact on agriculture. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the hosts, OneWaterSummit, and extend my greetings to distinguished guests, heads of state and heads of government here today. It's a great honor for me to participate COP16 as the Prime Minister of Mongolia, as we are going to host COP17 after 2 years. While this COP, I feel the Saudi spirit and ambition, which is about integration. Integration between desertification and water. Integration between environment and high-tech. COP16 and OneWaterSummit are very timely and send a strong message to the international community about integration between today and tomorrow. You know, Mongolia is best known country as the birthplace of Genghis Khan and for great history of Mongol Empire. Eternal blue sky, untouched green landscapes, and nomadic and environment-friendly lifestyle. However, just like other countries, we are impacted by climate change. Today, I just want to share one case of climate change impact on my country. During the last winter, because of the heaviest snowfall we had in the past 50 years, we lost millions of livestock, while last summer we had largest rainfall in our 50 years too. That's the climate change. These natural disasters caused by climate change totally changed nomadic lifestyle for many herders, families who were discouraged to move to capital city for better life. Over the 50% of total population now living our capital city. Also, ice rivers in the western part of our country is melting. Study suggests that by 2050, Mongolia may lose over 30% of its ice rivers because of climate change. Over 75% of our land is already affected by desertification. Only 2% of water resources is groundwater. But we need over 80% of our water needs from the groundwater. Indeed, we faced many challenges, but we never give up. Mongolians like to say that we are landlocked, but not mind-locked. Under Mongolia Vision 2050, our coalition government focuses on green transition to be part of fight against climate change. Mongolia joined 30 by 30 initiative and aims to 30% of our land under national protection by 2030. And 21% is already we achieved. Mongolia has our 300 administration unit we call SOM. It's a small administration unit. Our government is working with ADB on one SOM, one lake project to establish 333 lakes in each SOM to adapt to climate change and ensure water security. And moreover, Beyond Trees national movement initiated by our president of Mongolia is one of the good practices to maintain our ecological balance. The government of Mongolia proposed 14 mega projects to investors, most of which are green energy transition projects. We began holistic energy reforms, including green financial solutions and legal environment and energy price liberalization. As you know, Mongolia's economy is mainly based on mining sector. Our OT project with Rio Tinto is expected to become one of the 4th largest copper mine in the world. We are also working with French Orano to sign investment agreement soon. I had just constructed talking with President Macron to talk have to integrate in mining projects and water and public-friendly environment. Since this project is located in our Gobi region, that's why I have to support Gobi. It's a very important issue for us. We focus on water projects and we are open new partnership. So I would like to invite all governments, investors, wealth funds, and private sector to partnership with us to invest these projects for win-win situation. In conclusion, water is not owned by any one country. Water is a common topic for all of us. And the summit will help us find an integrated solution for transboundary cooperation for our shared challenges. High-tech and AI might help a lot of solutions. High-tech and AI might help us to move another planet. But on the other hand, we must to save our world to stay on this planet for many generations to come. I want to stay our Mother Earth too. COVID-19 has helped us, humankind, to be one. Therefore, I stand for the spirit of one for all for one. Mongolia will host COP17 in 2026. I would like to invite you, each one of you, of my country of eternal blue sky, and attend this conference. Very welcome to Mongolia. Thank you for your attention. Shukran. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and to our panelists and speakers for this very inspiring exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that the preservation of our water resources requires us to think beyond traditional boundaries and recognize the interconnected nature of our ecosystems. Our final sequence of the day addresses perhaps our greatest challenge: transforming how we plan for and manage water resources. Climate change, land diversification, and the loss of biodiversity have altered the playing field, requiring us to rethink our approach to water management entirely. Water must be integrated into all aspects of policy, and we can no longer think project by project. This integration requires new governance models, innovative financing, and unprecedented cooperation. To lead this crucial discussion, I welcome our moderator, Ms. Cecilia Akintumide, President of the General Assembly of the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Good evening, bonsoir, Kayala Kesh, and Assalamu alaikum. I am the one standing between you and dinner, so we'll make this as effective and as efficient and enjoyable as possible. So, water indeed is life. It cannot be overemphasized, and this reality and the risks we face today, whether to life or to water as a vital resource, or even to our planet, these risks are the reasons why we're gathered here this evening with a sense of both urgency and responsibility. As we all know, we're struggling with SDG 6. We've heard the statistics all through the interventions this evening. So billions are still without access to safe or to clean water and to sanitation. So we absolutely have to be smarter, we have to be more agile, we have to be inclusive, we have to learn to get, as they say, more bang for the buck, even within a shorter period of time. We are at the last lap of the SDGs. We have the last 5 years to go. And what we're going to be discussing today is how can we make those 5 years, or this next 5 years, how can we make it count? How can we get more results? And we're going to be looking at governance. We're going to be looking at finance. But more importantly, how can we be more innovative in what we do? At the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund, whose board I have the honor of chairing, we look at sanitation and hygiene from the perspective of connecting critical dots. We look at the interconnectivities. So for every single one of our intervention, our objective is to make sure that we are creating sanitation economies that are robust, as well as menstrual health marketplaces. And we ensure that with each intervention, we are creating jobs, businesses, and livelihoods. Our discussions this evening, you're going to hear about how new models for water management. We're going to talk about innovations when it comes to partnerships between public sector and private sector. And we're going to look at success stories. There are certain emblematic projects from Morocco to Jordan, and we will hear from the players and the actors in those stories, and we will learn what is replicable and how we intend to go forward for the next 5 years. So, without much ado, I would like to invite His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Morocco. He is going to start us off. His Excellency, Prime Minister Aziz Akanouche. Welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد
Allah the Merciful, Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Prime Minister, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The water resources issue have always been a main source of interest for the Kingdom of Morocco, where the Kingdom of Morocco and the wise vision of His Majesty the Mohammed VI, the King of Morocco, when tackling this topic with personal follow-up from His Majesty on all levels. That's why the Kingdom of Morocco dedicated more than $14 billion for a national ambitious project to provide water for drinking water and also irrigation water, in order through an innovative, integrated approach to provide a strategic storage of water for the Kingdom of Morocco. In this context, we worked on a number of main pillars. I'll try to speak about the Moroccan experience in this field in 5 main points. First is the achievement of structural projects to connect different water basins. And this point was mentioned by the President of France, Macron. And this is through the establishment of a water road that connects water in the northern and between the north and the middle of Morocco. We could achieve the first stage of the project by connecting the basin of Ouatzipou with the basin of Aburqaq to Casablanca and another place, with a capacity of about 1 million cubic meter of water every day. Secondly, the achievement of projects for water desalination, which is a main important project for our country. For example, establishing new stations like Agadir and Ad-Dakhla water desalination plants for drinking water and also for irrigation and agricultural water. And that's why we're working in the Kingdom of Morocco on the accelerating and expediting the establishment of additional 16 water plants like Ad-Dar al-Bayda, Casablanca water desalination plant, the biggest in Africa, and another Rabat water desalination station in partnership between the public and private sector in Morocco, and the private sector will be leading that effort. These projects connected to the water desalination projects is aiming at transforming from the current capacity to reach about 1,700,000,000 cubic meters every year by 2030. Thirdly, enhancing the non-traditional water resources by the reuse of used water that is processed, for example, or wastewater that is processed, like cities in Rabat, Marrakesh, and Agadir, the Green Yard, and other Gulf places. All of these are irrigated by these water that is non-traditional. Fourthly, encouraging irrigation systems that are saving water by using technologies and systems to rationalize the use of irrigation water in the field of agriculture. Green Morocco, we have about 650,000 hectares for sprinkling water for irrigation, and now we're trying to reach more than 1 billion square meters for this kind of irrigation. We are also working in this field within the Green Generation platform that was announced by His Majesty the King of Morocco in order to increase this land from 650 to reach 1 billion hectares by 2030. Fifth, our kingdom adopted and approved this strategy of the dams policy for water availability. We started working on that since the 60s of the 20th century, and Morocco, based on this experience, gained a lot of expertise in terms of an important infrastructure, water infrastructure of 154 big dams with a storage capacity of more than 20 billion cubic meters. We also have more dams to be built to reach more than 5 billion cubic meters of storage, so that water will be available by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, however, although we have achieved a lot of milestones in the Kingdom of Morocco regarding the scarcity of water issue, we still have a lot of challenges to face. We cannot win our fight without working closely in responsibility and in continuous joint work with the enhancement of innovative technologies and partnerships, and developing partnerships between the public and private sectors. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And we've heard part of these success stories, bringing together actors from the public sector, the private sector. But one thing that the Prime Minister said, great success stories, great milestones that have been achieved, but on this road to 2030, the kingdom cannot do it alone. It's going to take strategic partnerships. It's going to take innovation to actually achieve the SDG 6 and ensure that in Morocco there is water and sanitation for all. So we will move forward to another success story from the Kingdom of Jordan. And at this point, I would like to invite His Excellency Raed Abu Soud, the Minister of Water and Irrigation of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. And he will be joined by Mr. Thierry Deo, the CEO of Meridian, and they will be talking to us today about a project in Jordan, the Aqaba project. Please, Mr. Minister. And this is definitely not all talk. There will be action, because after the conversation, they're going to be signing an MOU. So this is definitely not all talk and no action. So very quickly, Your Excellency, welcome. Tell us about this desalination project and what's the story behind it.
Thank you very much. I'll make it short and sweet so you can go. I think you got bored by now. أول شيء بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بدي أشكر المملكة العربية.
The Allah the most gracious, the most merciful. I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this event. His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, may Allah protect him. In addition to thanking His Excellency President Macron for the support he provided for the water sector in Jordan. I want to say that Jordan,
as far as water is concerned, المية بالأردن للفرد per capita
water per capita in Jordan, 61 cubic meters, and the water poverty line is at 500 meters. We're way down below the water poverty line. This Jordanian project, in which we are working with Meridian Company, will help us solve the water issues in Jordan. We don't have any water sources, no lakes, no surface water, no rivers, in addition to the fact that the share of the per capita is 61, and the situation will be very hard. So Jordan started working with the private sector, embarking on projects for a prolonged period, and we've seen successful water projects and also good successful projects. And this project will secure 300 million cubic meters of water, and that shall solve our problem of water in Jordan. And we thank Meridian Company because they were highly cooperative with us, and they understood the relationship between the public and the private sector to reach a win-win situation. So Allah willing, things will be great, and we'll be able to finalize this project. But I won't say that we are a country poor with regards to water, and also as far as water distribution, we are facing issues. But I can assure you that any Jordanian that open their faucet, they will get their water in their home, and things shall improve once we finalize the project.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I mean, you had great things to say about Meridian, but I want to ask you, so what was the challenge in working with private sector?
Well, it's not the challenge. You know, you have to think out of the box. It's a win-win situation. As long as in the public sector we are convinced that this is a win-win situation, I don't think we'll have any problem. But if you think it's one way, no, there will be a lot of problem and it will not succeed. And since King Abdullah, Allah Tawul Umrah, took over, from the first year, he's asking and pushing the government to go with the public, with the private sector, and to make projects sharing together. And alhamdulillah, the water sector was one of the success stories in the PPP projects.
Excellent. So I'll very quickly come to you, Mr. Thierry Deo. So from the perspective of the private sector, what would you say was your company's winning strategy in making this work?
First of all, I think we recognize the importance of bringing water to Jordan, and that is in the middle of many challenges. I mean, climate change. We're talking about real adaptation here. And we also have regional challenges. Jordan has been welcoming refugees for decades in nearly millions. And so that really poses a real threat and a real stress on the whole water system. And clearly, working with the Jordan government has been rather easy. I think what makes public-private partnership work is when you have a government that is well equipped and actually knows what they want to deliver, then partnering, and which is the important word I think in all these sessions, is fairly easy. So you can partner to bring the technology with a number of even regional contractors and technology providers, French but also Egyptian, but also partnering in terms of making this the most affordable and sustainable for Jordan. And you know, the price of water at the end of the day is a very key important thing. And that's why we are very much aligned interests to make this as affordable as possible. And this is why we use as much blended finance as possible. And this is why we're still seeking, and this is a call for any donors that want to contribute to the success of this project. You're still welcome to come. And it's very important in this whole collaboration to blend public finance, private finance to really make it sustainable for the country. Thank you.
Fantastic. So what I have heard from the two of you, and really, you didn't start with the bottom line. You actually started with the importance of the project to the Kingdom of Jordan. And that's interesting for private sector, that the key was your recognition of the importance of the project. But you also recognized the fact that this was a government that had clarity of purpose and had the capacity in place to work with you on the project. And one of the reasons why we're having this session is the innovation. And you really talked about the importance of blended finance. And I believe that is certainly the way forward as we look at bringing all the parties together, both business as well as non-business actors, business and government, and just putting together the right partnerships. So now what will be your last word, and for both of you, to countries that are thinking of projects in the water sector, and particularly I would, the countries that come to mind are countries in the Sahel region of sub-Saharan Africa. So a last word from both of you before we go to the signature. What would be your last word on the lessons from this experience?
I'll leave the last word to the Excellency, so I'll start.
Okay.
But it's important to notice that Jordan has worked on a systemic basis on this water issue. It's not just the conveyor and the desalination. It's also about reforming the water sector. It's all about fixing the leaks, the non-revenue waters. It's holistic in its approach, and it's fairly regional. And so that is really what makes things successful, is the strategic vision on what to do about the water, and I think that's what countries need. Then they can get the support and the sort of technical support to deliver the capacity.
Fantastic. And Your Excellency?
You know, I recommend and advise any country when it comes to water project and with wastewater to come and have partnership with the private sector. Private sector, let's be frank, that they do better job than the public sector. With the private sector, the efficiency is better, the service is better, the return is much higher. So we have to be, all the public sector has to be convinced this is the proper way. And I would like to finish my statement with essays that said by Prince Hassan bin Talal in 2015, the COP, he said, I'll say it in Arabic, خلي رسالة المياه رسالة سلام وليست رسالة حرب. Thank you.
And on that note, we will bring this first conversation to an end, and I think we're preparing for a signature, but let the message of water be a message of peace. Thank you very much, and we'll just move to the signature of the MOU between the two parties. Thank you very much. the future, I can say I was a witness to the signing. And we have the exchange. Maybe you should come forward. So, thank you very much. Thank you. So, we're going to have very quickly a discussion with players, private sector, MDB, government, and even politicians. So I'd like to invite very quickly His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Suleiman Al-Jasser, President of the Islamic Development Bank, and followed by Ms. Estelle Braklianov, CEO of Veolia, welcome. Your Excellency. Fine. I'd like to also invite His Excellency Abdulaziz Al-Shaibani, Deputy Minister for Water of Saudi Arabia. And I'll call on Ms. Fatimetu Abdel Malik, President of United Cities and Local Government Africa. Madam. And we're going to have a fantastic conversation on new models for water management. So very quickly, I mean, this is, I would say, the dream panel, because we have all of the possible players, government, private sector, MDB, and we even have the representatives of the politicians. Everybody is here. And so I very quickly want to ask each of you to just talk about what you see as being critical in the synergies we have to build when it comes to the new models for water resource management. So I'll start with you, sir.
Well, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good evening. I have to say that it seems that the format is being changed. Oh, okay. But it can't change because I'm supposed to deliver the collective view of all of the MDBs. And I don't think they will be happy if I were to engage in something different than that.
Oh, okay. So we still have you as providing that statement of the MDBs. Yes. But I thought, as a representative of an MDB, you would also want to talk about what is critical and the role of MDBs in building this critical synergy.
I can, as long as I can deliver the collective statement.
Oh, yes, we have you.
And I know everybody is getting tired also and want to move on.
Okay.
But look, the MDBs have been very much engaged in all of the investments that have been happening in climate, water, socio-economic issues that have been creating difficulties for billions of people. If you take only the Islamic Development Bank, of which I am the chairman and president, we serve about 1.8 billion people. We work in 57 member countries. And many of them, about 30 of them, are fragile. and about 29 of them are least developed countries. So they have all of the issues that have been talked about, not only with climate and water issues, but they have other complications. We come in by supporting them finance those very basic infrastructural projects that will enhance their lives and livelihood and create opportunities, rekindle hope in places and in countries where hope was in short supply. And vaccinations, if you will. For example, polio, we have been very active through Lives and Livelihoods initiative by the Islamic Development Bank with other philanthropic organizations like the Bill and Melinda Gates participating. And we fought polio in Pakistan very successfully, and now we're going to engage in Afghanistan. So there are lots of issues that the MDBs collectively or singularly have been engaged in. And the demands are huge, the supplies are limited, resources are scarce by definition, but I think we have been able to do better in the latter years. And I think the calibration of our work to be cognizant of the impact on the environment, particularly, and climate, has been enhanced significantly. And I think this is a very important transitional stage that we have moved into.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So, going from the MDB world to private sector, Madam CEO, I would like to hear from your perspective what are the synergies or what are the things you think are going to be critical going forward to build the right synergies to achieve the SDGs, SDG 6 particularly, which focuses on water and sanitation for all?
I guess the facts are very clear. Half of the worldwide population faces water restriction potentially and droughts. The fact is as well that $1 invested is $8 of avoiding damages. Yes. So there are business case, around the world to tackle everything we've been talking about. And the third element of the fact is solutions do exist. I'm not saying all the solutions do exist, but we have already panels of solutions, which comes from water efficiency, as Thierry Dehaut just referred to earlier on, to regeneration of water and using wastewater as a new source of water, through to desalination and the new generation of desal, which is so much more energy efficient. So my only obsession is how do we speed up the implementation of those solutions? And to your question about the how, a combination of a very clear framework which has to be a public-led one. And I must say, in the country we are here today, the Vision 2030 of Saudi is super clear. And this is needed to have a direction of travel and a stability over time. And then you need, of course, to involve NGOs and the population at a basin level. So I think the governance at the basin level or watershed level is super, super important. It's not necessarily nationwide. It has to be geographically relevant. And the third element is innovation and ability to deliver on the promise. And that's where the private sector is, in my opinion. So in a way, when you come to the private sector just to find money, I think, people miss a point. The private sector can bring efficiency in delivering, cost-efficient solutions and innovation. In Veolia, we are the leader worldwide of that, which means, we use AI, artificial intelligence to reduce leakage. We've developed solutions so that we've divided by 5 the energy intensity of desal in the last few years. Divided by 5. That's incredible. We've reached a level we thought was absolutely impossible. So innovation is key to push those frontiers. And I guess there is another element, which we are always talking about water for agriculture use or for the population, but industry do use water as well. 20% of the water worldwide is used by industry. Therefore, I would encourage the pioneering companies, and I'm sure there are some in this room, to sign the pledge for water efficiency in the usage of industry. And I'm dreaming that one day we can talk about net zero water in the same way as we talk about net zero carbon.
Fantastic. And I mean, you highlighted, and I think we had something similar coming from the previous discussion. You highlighted the fact that private sector isn't just the source of money, and you actually do yourself a disservice if you just approach private sector only for money. But we should look at private sector as a source of efficiency, source of innovation also, and I think that is important. And you highlighted the importance of clarity of a framework. And you talked about the water footprint, which that is something that I believe we're going to be discussing and seeing many more companies adopt also. So I'd like to come to you, Your Excellency, Deputy Minister for Water of Saudi Arabia. We've heard about the Vision 2030 for Saudi Arabia and the fact that this is a robust and clear vision. So when we come to water, what would you say as part of that vision has been the critical winning strategy in creating the synergies, bringing the different players together?
Thank you very much. My pleasure to be here. Well, when you first called my name after His Excellency Al Jasser, I said, what am I doing talking in a session with funding agencies and MDBs? But the fact of the matter is that those funding agencies and MDBs and banks represent integral partners, integral part of the whole work on providing really guidance also, and not just supporting with finance, but also helping in efficiency, as you said, and driving technologies and innovation. I do have a statement, and if I may have time, I would like to go over it very quickly, but it basically addresses what you just mentioned. And you started by talking about the Vision 2030, and it is really what most of the evolution, the recent evolution and the transformation happening in Saudi Arabia stems from. So we have the Vision 2030, but we have also the National Water Strategy 2030, which really is built and takes from the values and the objectives of the vision. First, as a Deputy Minister for Water in Saudi Arabia, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all, where we convene in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And this summit is held here in the middle of one of the most arid regions in the world. Yet, man-made rivers flow across the desert to feed our city, which is one of the most vibrant capitals in the world, with even promised growth. And thanks, of course, to strategies, policies, planning, and financing. So I don't mean to boast, but very much would like to highlight that this summit, what this summit is all about. It is a proof that how adapting the framework of integration in the water management can turn one of the most water-scarce regions of the world into economically thriving cities. So as we all gather to try to shape the future of global water management, I am pleased to share the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's approach to holistic countrywide water management. Our comprehensive national water strategy has yielded promising signs of remarkable success, demonstrating the power of integrated water resources management, and this is what I like to call the Saudi case in water management. I will just highlight very few facts. Key achievements of the National Water Strategy since its launch in 2018. We have doubled the urban water production to about 15 million cubic meter per day. The water conveyance doubled to 19 million cubic meter per day. Storage capacity doubled to about 26 million cubic meter per day. And the same thing goes for treated sewage effluent, which has nearly tripled. And the non-renewable groundwater consumption has been reduced by at least a third through effective policy instruments. The strategy has 10 programs that covers legislation, natural water resources management, urban area risk management. I don't think I have enough time to cover all of the aspects of these, but I would like to mention in the field of economic sustainability that research and development plays a major role, which transitioned desalination processes to highly efficient reverse osmosis, reducing carbon footprint, and this is compliant with Saudi Arabia's net zero target by 2060, and the production cost, which is less than 50 cents per cubic meter, and a major also component of the economic sustainability is privatization. Now the water sector in the kingdom really depends a lot on contribution and the engagement of the private sector, and for that we have established a water partnership company enabling long-term purchase contracts, and the current project investment is in the order of 45 billion cubic meter. Programs from 5 to 10 really is all about restructuring the water sector, creating the Saudi Water Authority for regulation and overseeing the services, Water Transmission Company, National Water Company, and the Saudi Irrigation Organization that focuses on growth, sustainability, and maximizing the use of treated wastewater in irrigation and also in other uses. I must say that also the engagement of Saudi Arabia in international collaboration and other initiatives involving the work in Saudi Arabia in the G20. So just final comment, I would like to say that we believe that we have demonstrated that water management is a holistic integration between all aspects, policy, investment, financing, technology, research and innovation. It's also a global issue requiring collective action, and we try to share our successes and initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I mean, one thing that's been consistent with all of the speakers is just the importance of the partnerships and having to work together, both public sector and private sector, and creating the right enabling environment to make such partnerships successful partnerships. And I think this is a great time to invite Madam Fatimetu Abdel Malik and really get, from where you're coming from, you can really talk about that engagement between the national and the municipalities, as well as even a regional level. So I would like you to just share with us how to increase the dialogue and even make that dialogue more effective between the national level and the regional level. And then definitely you can also talk about the municipalities.
In the name of Allah, the Most Merciful, all praise to Allah, His family and companions.
So Je vais remercier le gouvernement, les l'importance que revêt la gestion de l'eau de par le monde. Je remercie le gouvernement saoudien, la France.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Republic of France, Kazakhstan, and for organizing this important summit. And on behalf of the local communities, I would like to mention that I carry their voice, and I want to communicate their voice, to be heard, the voice of cities and lands. And I'd like also to share with you how we manage water, because it is considered a multilateral kind of experience. I come from the state of Mauritania in the field of the desert and the coast. I live in a city that is in the desert and close to the sea, close to the water. So we have water that is drinkable, and we have other kinds of water. Our city witnessed the direction towards the city, the center of the city. People in the city prefer to go to the middle of the city to avoid droughts. There is a lot of droughts happening there. This kind of flow towards the center of the city is due to the lack of good urban planning. Urban planning is a very important element. In our city, we have this characteristic of moving in a horizontal manner. This horizontal expansion and providing services for the population creates some kind of inequality in some cases. So we have this kind of experience on the level of Nouakchott, the capital city of Somalia. Nouakchott is a very important city, and we have resources in Nouakchott, and they are located outside of the city itself. These resources come to us from outside of the city. Maybe they are located about 60 kilometers outside of the city, some of the water basins. These water resources are, as I said, 60 kilometers far from the city. In Senegal, it's also, some of them are about 200 kilometers away from the city. So our city gets its water from the outside, and it's expanding on the horizontal level. This is a big problem for us. There is also some kind of, or some suburbans or districts or neighborhoods that are not connected well, and they are in need for a lot of services. This is what I wanted to mention in a nutshell. And regarding partnerships, in Nouakchott region, for example, we have existing partnerships that were organized with Lausanne and Switzerland. Lausanne City is consolidating efforts with us, and we also have other partnerships with other French cities like Metz, Bordeaux, and the city of Montpellier and Marseille. These cities joined us in partnerships. This is the first level, the short-term level. We also, because we have neighborhoods that require us to create or to establish committees for these neighborhoods to provide them with water tanks. They need water tanks because the problem is that they are suffering from lack of water. And we also have some other issues, and we have the water tankers that distribute water in these districts. This is very important. The quality of life is not very good. We have sometimes bad quality of water. So the rich, only the rich, benefit from good water. This is an issue that we're facing. And water costs us a lot in this project. In addition to that, there is some kind of bad quality of water that is used, if we speak generally. On the third level, or the long-term level, and through the establishment of networks of water, and through 350 kilometers of networks, water networks for rural areas and rural and far villages. This kind of cooperation or beautiful example that is working outside of the centralized system in order to provide water for these rural areas. Only 10% of that is done. So the regional states provide only 10% of what is needed in Nouakchott, and this is an important example of how we can double this kind of work in other rural areas. So I want to provide two recommendations. The first one is that although water and water resources management, water that comes from big groups, there is still need for support. They need to be supported in order to be able to deliver this mission. The second recommendation is that we need to exert more efforts out of the centralized approach in order to be able to provide water for everyone. If there is no water, this means death. It means thirst. It means desertification. It means drought. It means the loss of agriculture. If we have availability of water, it means too much water, maybe meaning floods. So we need to have balance.
The one standing between everyone and dinner. I'm going to, now I believe we have two statements. There will be a statement for the MDBs, and will there be a statement also for private sector, Madam CEO? No. Okay, so it'll just be the statement for the MDB. So just before we go into the statement for the MDBs, we'll just do rapid fire, last statement on towards a new water resource management model. What will be your last word? And I'll just ask each person to give a last word, and then we will go into the statement for the MDBs. So we'll start with you, Madam CEO, because we're coming to Mr. President on the statement of the MDBs.
That's an easy one. We have the solution, so let's speed up their implementation. And speed up, meaning having everybody aligned, as this lady said, including the private sector.
Excellent. So solutions exist. Let's speed up. Your Excellency?
Yes, I don't think there is one solution that fits every issue or every problem. But the important thing is to consider all aspects of the supply chain. And also combine policies with strategies, private sector engagement, and adapt to the local natural conditions.
So, speed up, no silver bullet, and we have to take a very holistic perspective, adapting to local conditions. And Madam, what will be your last word?
Oui, tout à l'heure, un des intervenants avait dit que pour l'adaptation, il faut de l'eau. Vous savez, en Afrique, nous, on a besoin d'adaptation. On a souvent...
The adaptation in Africa, yes, we do need this in Africa. We need adaptation in Africa. As we embark on these strategies, it's also needed on a global level. We need adaptation continuously and to continue cooperation among all parties in which each party play the role. Again, I repeat again and again that life is water. Thank you.
Globally, as well as effective cooperation. Thank you very much. And Mr. President, I'd like to come to you to give the statement of the MDBs.
Thank you very much, but I will answer your question also before I deliver my statement.
Thank you.
Rationalization, with all that it means, is critical in this area. Water, we need to rationalize its use in all sectors of the economy. That may include pricing for the market, that may include all kinds of measures. So I think rationalization, including conservation, will be very, very important. Second, coming from the multilateral development banks, finance is very important because often the water projects are the last to be financed. I think every big city in the world has huge leakages of the water network, and there is always the excuse that there is not enough financing. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much.
I will, if you don't mind, I would like, because this is a statement of 9 multilateral development institutions, and I would like to be honest and deliver it as it was agreed. Well, it is a profound honor for me to address you today on behalf of my esteemed colleagues, the heads of the multilateral development banks, or MDBs. At the outset, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our host, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for its warm hospitality and for convening us in this vibrant city of Riyadh. Last year at COP28 in December 2023, we, as MDBs, made a collective pledge to intensify our efforts in expanding access to sustainable and climate-resilient water systems with a particular focus on water-stressed regions. Today, this commitment is more critical than ever, as the escalating water crisis continues to pose severe threats to communities across the globe. Water security is the bedrock of all life on Earth. It underpins social development, economic progress, and environmental sustainability. The intricate links between water availability, water security, and climate change underscore the urgency of achieving Sustainable Development Goal number 6. Indeed, the success of the entire 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement hinge on SDG number 6. Recent global events, from catastrophic floods to accelerated desertification, illustrate the gravity of our challenge. Despite the water crisis, current investment levels in water security by the governments, MDBs, and partners fall far short of what is needed. Our analysis last year revealed a stark reality. Annual investments must triple, reaching at least $23 trillion, yes, trillion dollars by 2050, compared to the projected $7 trillion by 2030. These figures are daunting, far exceeding the collective financial capacity of the MDBs, despite our ongoing efforts to mobilize more resources towards SDGs. This reality calls for a concerted push from all stakeholders, including governments, MDBs, private sector actors, and other partners, to elevate water security as a global priority. As MDBs, we must continue to play a major role in influencing the global water agenda. This implies evolving our institutions to attract non-traditional finance, diversifying our development assistance tools, and deepening technical collaborations. Through these measures, we can help bridge the vast financing gap and drive transformative change in the water sector. Today, we renew our commitment to supporting governments in implementing structural and institutional reforms aimed at enhancing sectoral governance, ensuring financial sustainability, and fostering innovation and digital transformation. It is with great pride that I reaffirm through the MDB's Riyadh Declaration on Water our unwavering partnership and collective resolve to prioritize water security. Together, we will scale up investments and technical assistance, recognizing that water security is not just a sectoral concern, but a cornerstone of our collective survival and prosperity on this planet. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, and really a historical commitment on the part of all the 9 MDBs, commitment to supporting governments, commitment to scaling up investments in water, and also in providing technical assistance. So thank you very much, and I'd like to thank all the panelists for your time and actually a very efficient conversation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Madam, merci beaucoup. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your understanding. And now we have a video. We have a video of the president of the... So we have a video of the president of the Democratic Republic of Congo talking to us about a mega project out of that country, the Great Inga Project. So I think, can we have the video, please?
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, chers partenaires, distingués participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, je suis particulièrement heureux de pouvoir m'exprimer devant vous aujourd'hui, même si je regrette de ne pouvoir être physiquement présent à cet événement majeur. Je tenais absolument à vous adresser ce message.
I could not make it myself in person, so I would like to extend my invitation to you, because the DRC plays a very important role in the issue of climate change, combating climate change. And I'd like to thank His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, and President Emmanuel Macron from France, and Mr. Daimer, and the President of Kazakhstan, and Mr. Ajay Banka, the President of the World Bank Group, for their invitation and for their initiative to make water a priority on the international agenda. In this summit that was established and held on the margins of COP16 conference with one aim, which is to work together, all of us, to respond to the challenge of water and the sustainable management of water. Water is not only a critical element, but it is also the element that can unify all of us all over the world and can protect our environmental ecosystem and protect our security and safety and health. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, DRC, from our side, we have 10% of the water reserve in the world. So we play a pivotal role in accessing water and in achieving water security, renewable energy, and preservation of biodiversity. We are strengthened by this important natural reserve, and DRC is committed to transform this into a sustainable, comprehensive solution for the current and future generations. In our records, DRC, we have 1.8 billion hectares in our lands. So we have this important environment, and 50% of our nation work on that. And this environment causes balance in our nations and consumes hundreds of tons of carbon. So it is important to have balance in carbon consumption globally. It's a tropical land. We have the Inga project, great project on the Congo River. In this project, we have the capacity to produce 44 gigawatts of electricity. Inga is a main sustainable solution. It is an integrated solution in order to provide a solution for the energy problems. It has multiple solutions. It provides electricity for the African world and the population of Congo. And also it provides the ability to get rid of using wood for warmth. It also gives electricity for areas, rural areas, by the sustainable utilization of Congo resources. It is also important for the international technology. The acceleration of transformation in energy is very important, and cobalt and lithium are very important minerals. In addition to in Congo, we have the highest level of reservation from these minerals in the world, in addition to creating more job opportunities for people in our nation. Through the support of the World Bank and many other countries, we passed a very critical period of our time through INGA 3, and it's also providing a lot of gigawatts by respecting the main environmental dimensions and values. It is a good opportunity for us to have a good model for renewable energy. So it's not only an element or a source of energy, but it is also an incentive and a motivation for us to reach carbon neutrality from now until 2050 by reducing the impacts of gas and also warehouse gas, and also it also will be a very important element in our fight against climate change. This is not going to be achieved without the support of everyone. So I'd like to thank each and every private organization in our fight against greenhouse gases. So join us to make INGA a great project to build together a sustainable future. Thank you very much.
We wrap up. One of the critical themes that's been consistent in all of the conversations today is the fact that, one, no one can do it alone. We actually need strategic partnerships, partnerships of government, partnerships with private sector, partnerships across countries. Also the fact that water is not limited to one country. So we have to look at it also from the perspective of multiple countries. Other critical theme that came up in the conversations is the fact that we cannot continue to try to solve on a project-by-project basis. We need to take a holistic perspective. We need to make sure that we have a holistic framework, and it's not just about financing, it's also about being smart, ensuring that we address issues of efficiency, issues of leakages. That came through in all of the conversations. Also, another part that was very critical that came up in the conversation is that the solutions already exist. It's about us being smarter in making sure that we can implement those solutions effectively, efficiently, and within a short period of time. And at this point, it's a wrap. I'd like to say thank you to everyone for your patience, and thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, and to our distinguished speakers for their meaningful insights today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have traveled from understanding water's role in our interconnected world through the importance of transboundary cooperation, to the crucial need for ecosystem preservation, and finally, to the innovative financing mechanism that can make our vision a reality. Your discussions have shown that while challenges are significant, solutions exist when we work together. And as we prepare to conclude, I would like to invite Her Excellency Ratno Marsoudi, Under Secretary General of the United Nations and United Nations Special Envoy for Water and Sanitation, to share her reflections on our discussions today. We are delighted to welcome her with us.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I listened very carefully the views by leaders and all speakers today, and I'm so glad to see many women on stage, and more than that, behind the scene, many more women are involved in the preparation of this summit. So colleagues, allow me to convey a number of points. First, we all agree that we are facing multiple challenges, from the continuation of climate impacts, the increasing risk of disasters, until unrelenting inequality. Second, we all agree that water flows through the center of these challenges. Too little water has caused the historic drought across southern Africa, devastating crops and leaving millions of children malnourished. Too much water has caused deadly flood in many parts of the world. The challenges of inequality are also becoming bigger when we look closer into water issues. For example, with the current trend, in 2030, 2 billion people will still live without safely managed drinking water. Therefore, globally, the state of water is not well. With this fact, effort to eradicating poverty seems to be further away from reach. Third, we agree not to give up. Instead, we must work harder and harder to better the current situation, to give impact to our people and to our planet. Therefore, we are all here today to discuss solutions to get things done as one. Fourth, OneWaterSummit should be the momentum where we all are working as one. Working together is no longer an option. Water affects everyone's life. Therefore, water action needs everyone to be on board. All views, aspirations, and needs must be taken into account. Multi-stakeholders partnership is a prerequisite to make progress, and therefore we are glad to listen not only the views from the government, but also from youth, private sector, communities, and other stakeholders. We must work in coordination and in sync. Coordinated efforts are important to make sure that water actions are implemented with meaningful impact. Complementarity is key to make sure that work in water agenda is not partial and not overlap each other. Last, we must work in one vision, one direction. Colleagues, it is not a time for us to be divided on water issues. Fragmentation of initiative must be avoided at all costs. We all have to move into one same direction to make progress and support the success of UN Water Conference 2026, the end of the International Decade for Action on Water in 2028, and Sustainable Development Goals 2030, and of course, beyond. We have also to utilize more international platforms to push for water action, to be able to bring actual benefit to those who are in need. With this one vision, we can create a water-resilient future for all. This summit is one important step. Therefore, I congratulate the leadership of France, Kazakhstan, and Saudi Arabia, and also the World Bank Group in the initiation of this summit. But our work on water should not end with this summit. We need 1,000 steps, and most importantly, millions deeds because water is life, and there won't be life without water. So let us get things done and work as one. To conclude, I want to quote what Einstein said: "Insanity is doing the same over and over again and expecting different results." We have to take bolder steps, not the same step. I repeat, we have to take bolder steps, not the same steps, to get different and better results. Act now, your deeds matter. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Honored guests, today's discussions have demonstrated that water must be included in all policies, particularly in climate discussions. We have seen how water challenges transcend borders and require integrated solutions for both adaptation and mitigation policies. Your multi-stakeholder and high-level commitments today are crucial to ensuring water security for all populations and ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, water is a catalyst for both economic and human development. Let's continue to work together to carry this priority towards the next UN Water Conference in 2026. Thank you all for being here and for participating in this historic milestone for the water agenda. Have a great rest of your evening.